Hello. How's it going? Okay, so this is taking way longer than I want it to level up Viper, but of course I realized after a little bit, I was like, wait, I have the opportunity to start streaming the main scenario the after the general public has access to the story. I'm only level 85, so I got a bit to go, but it's successful. What does this mean? I have no idea. All right. Got to level 85. I think the last time I was able to access a quest in Viper, I was like level 81. So I probably have a couple in the chamber to do before it cuts me off on level cap. And then when we wrap the Viper quests that are available to me up, then I should be able to go and hop on to doing a bit more leveling as well. So. And hopefully we'll have Viper to level 90 by like Thursday at the latest, because my goal for the moment again is just to I really hate these pants. Do I have enough tomes? I don't have enough tomes. My goal right now is just to get to the what am I trying to say? Is to get to 90 after everyone starts playing the story, and most people have finished it, like the hardcore fans. So, all right, I gotta start doing this voice for Keshqua, which is an absolute killer to try to do. All right, hold on. Good to see you, Aka. After a lot of asking around, I dug up some new leads on Ixoxmation. I don't know how to pronounce that. Can someone send me the what is the word? It's the yeah, phonetics. Someone send me the phonetics on this one. Ixoxmajun. On Ixoxmajun. Or at least I think I did. Wasn't easy though. At first, the only stories of interest were about Gridonian poachers dealing in so-called exotic meats, juveniles. In other words, too young and too dead to be what we're after. That detour notwithstanding, there were a few other tidbits that might be useful. I got my own thoughts on the matter, but I want to hear yours too. Is that alright? Much obliged. So here an adventurer came across a whole bunch of strikingly beautiful red feathers, just outside of town. They ended up giving them to some kids who've been playing with them ever since. More to the point, there was talk of a huge beast with glowing blue eyes, flying off towards a place called, Black Shroud. Red feathers, blue eyes, put the two together. That sounds an awful lot like the Ixoxmajun. Seems it's had enough of Thanalan and picked the Shroud as its new stamping ground. But what's your take on it all? It's a promising lead. I knew you'd agree. I did the amount of mystery meat I had to sample just to squeeze information out of those butchers at the market. I'm glad it all paid off. As for our next move, I reckon we ought to take an airship to Gridonia. From what I hear, a fellow by the name of Gavin over at the Adder's Nest should be able to tell us more. I'll meet you there. I, on the other hand. That voice absolutely destroys my throat. I don't know why I gave him that voice. I could change it. But I'm committed. That's a sick outfit. Is that an Asian outfit? What is that? Is that Asahi's? No, it's not Asahi's. Just augmented ironworks? I've never done the healing, so I have no idea. I haven't really been paying attention. How's that background looping? I wanted it to be smooth, but I'm realizing it might not be. Oh yeah, no, that's not a smooth loop in the background. It's just blinking. Okay. I'm out of help. I'm after a Tyrol vigil. I'm searching for this dangerous creature that's come over from another continent. And that's how I lost my grandma. I see. As it happens, I am aware of a beast that matches the description of this Exmajun. Our scout spoke of its blue eyes and red wings, and of its aggressive nature leading it to attack any who dare approach. So it really is here in the Shroud, and up to no good already. Thankfully, there have been no deaths so far, but it's only a matter of time before a merchant or adventurer becomes the first. I believe the Iksok Exmajun came here in search of a new territory. That land wasn't to its liking, and now it's testing out the Shroud. It would appear so. I'll tell the other adders that you're pursuing the beast, and to lend what assistance they can. I assume that's all right with you. Yes, sir. The more the merrier. Slaying the beast is what matters, and I ain't too proud to accept help when it's offered. So, where was it last seen? In the South Shroud. Once you get there, head for the quarry mill and look for Lieutenant Golios. He's leading the search. Dude, there's someone popping off with a hammer outside. Okay, I don't like that this background is looping the way it is. Let me see if I can fix that at all. What the? Now it's glitchy and slow. The only thing I can do is keep it on a slightly slower speed so it doesn't blink as much for right now. I'll work on looping it later. Actually, what would probably help is if I put a black background on the right side for chat. Can I just like do that? I just put like a box? Might be able to just. Let's try covering it up a little bit. Bring it down behind everything except for the red loop. And then if I make it Genuinosaurus there, and then test a message. Sure. And it's a little too gray. Too light gray, I should say. Do this one. It almost looks like there's a wall there, and I don't like that. We should just do like... Yeah. I'm just gonna go with a solid black because I feel like any sort of how is it this hard just to find a singular black background? There we go. That shouldn't be this hard. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. My goodness, it's huge. Why? It's so big. Yeah, I think just a regular black background. Works for me. Okay, cool. Hides the background like slightly. You must be Keshku and Aka. The Adder's Nest sent word to expect you both. I'm Goliath, the officer in charge of this operation. This is Innocent Stork, who's provided us with vital information. A merchant and her employee spotted the beast on the way back from Uldar. She's also taken the liberty of assembling a team of experts to assist in attacking the target. No small expense, I might add, but compared to the losses my business would suffer were the creature allowed to roam free, I deemed it a worthy investment. As our goals are aligned, perhaps you wish to join my experts in the field. If so, you'll find them near Roots Lake. I'm sure you'll get along swimmingly. Looks like we're late to the party. Let's go hear what they have to say. Let's see, we found our experts. Fresh meat for the hunt, eh? Order came down to let you tag along, but don't get underfoot. We're looking for signs of the creature so our naturalists can predict its movements. We'll then lay traps where it's expected to appear. Got themselves a proper plan, don't they? Seeing as they're being so accommodating, we may as well join in on the search. I definitely really like the class quests usually. This one's a bit more underwhelming in terms of like ones I've played in the past. I mean, some of them are always a bit underwhelming. Pugilist is pretty boring. Monk was crazy. I really liked the monks. But I won't lie, it is true that the Pugilist is kind of bland. But this is, I guess, to me, a little extra kind of eh. The dung appears to be that of an enormous beast. Judging by its dry appearance and muted odor, it was excreted some time ago. The dung exudes a foul odor. The lingering warmth indicates it was recently deposited. Getting closer. Fresh, uneaten bodies. These creatures bear the marks of enormous claws on their hindquarters, suggesting they were struck down as they attempted to flee. Okay. Found me a few signs of activity. How about you? Corpses of grazing animals gouged by monstrous claws. Same here. The size and depth of the wounds are consistent with how the Ixok Exmejun hunts. And just like back in Tyrol, it's killing not just to eat, but also to mark its territory, to show anyone and everyone who's boss. There you are. Managed to sniff anything out? Yes, sir. Aside from a couple of dung hills, we got some dead wildlife. Most likely the work of the Ixok Exmejun. I reckon it's close. Somewhere north of the swamp. We came to the same conclusion. This predator makes no attempt to cover its tracks. Clearly it has survived so long by virtue of its immense proportions and in spite of its diminished intelligence. You got it all wrong. It left those tracks on purpose, to see how we'd react. Are you saying the beast is testing us? That's absurd. The level of foresight and cunning required to even attempt to do so is far beyond these lesser beings. As for the corpses left behind, those animals must not have been to its taste. I suggest using fresh cuts of prime livestock as bait. The bloodier the better. Once the creature has been enticed, surrounding and subduing, it is but a formality. Hate to break it to you, but Ixok Exmejun's way too clever to fall for that. You're gonna need every trick in the book, and then some. Rest assured, I've considered every eventuality, and even if there was merit to your advice, I will not let it be said that our success was the product of anyone's genius but mine and mine alone. What difference does it make who came up with what? A monetary difference. Innocent stock offers better rewards based on performance. Aye, don't even think about trying to steal our thunder. We're the ones who'll bring her Ixok whatever its name is, not you. Listen, we're trained to fight large predators like these. If you got any sense, you'll let us take the lead. And put our lives in the hands of complete strangers? I think not. There's no place in our strategy for you, so stand aside and wait for further instructions. That's crazy. Fine, have it your way. If you're half the hunters you think you are, Ixok Exmajoon's as good as dead, right? Come on, Akka. Let's leave him to it. Nothing good ever came from working with people you can't trust. Even I know that. Then it's decided. You two will wait at the southern end of the lower paths. Be ready to give chase in case the beast escapes us. Not that it will. But he's got a lot of confidence someone's about to get his butt handed to him. Awful quiet, don't you think? Ah! You hear that? I must be one of the hunting party. I came from the north. Let's move. Uh-huh. I know it hurts, but please, tell us what happened. It's watching us. That fresh lamb should draw the target out of hiding, though if I lace it with the toxin I brought, success is practically guaranteed. Toxin? We were explicitly told not to kill the beast, in case you'd forgotten. Of course not. It can be used as a sedative. Highly potent, but only lethal if applied in excess. If you lack the stomach for it, I'll do it myself. Naturally, my personal contributions will be detailed in the final report, to ensure credit is given where due. What the hells are you playing at? If it catches wind, the plan's ruined. Shouldn't we go after them? No, it'll only make things worse. If that bookworm wants to stick his neck out for a few Gilmore, I say let him. What? No, no! Ah! What in the world? God have mercy, there it is! Stay calm, nothing's changed except the bait. Now's our chance! Ah! My screams. They're hitting. The back of my throat in pain. They were screaming. I hadn't, but I could still hear. You were right. I knew. Knew. Ah. Keshqua. Aka. By the 12, what happened here? The hunters became the hunted. I shall see that the remains are recovered, and the necessary rites performed. Perhaps you'd be so kind as to return to Quarry Mill and share these unfortunate tidings with the innocent stork. That's what happens. Imagine not listening to the expert hunters on this. Just for some runners. I did not read what that said. Crap. I'd anticipated casualties, but it was a massacre. Eek soak Exmajune's grown bolder. Ford only hunted animals. Lone travelers. Prey it knew it could handle with ease. Its past brushes with death taught it to be cautious. That's probably why it fled Tyrol in the first place, too. But it just outwitted a group of armed hunters. Instead of running away from trouble, the beast went looking for it. This was a sport, a game. It was having fun. And now that it's had a taste, it's only gonna want more. My poor judgment invited this tragedy. I must make amends. Please, allow me to assist you in pursuing the creature. Even without a team of experts at my disposal, I believe my network of contacts will prove useful in gathering vital information. Keep the freelancers out of it and leave the hunting to us. Understood. I place my faith in your abilities as Vipers. I appreciate it, ma'am. If you turn up any leads, be sure to let us know. I'd best return to the Adder's Nest and deliver my report. It's imperative we inform the populace of the threat posed by Ixok Exmajun. Might I ask that you use Quarry Mill as your temporary base of operations? Knowing where to find you will make it easier to coordinate our efforts. Suits me fine. Besides, I got plenty to do here. Like learn about this neck of the woods and the critters and whatnot. Well, while I have you, there's one thing I want to ask. How'd the twin adders get their name? I beg your pardon? What does this have to do with Ixok Exmajun? Nothing, really. It's just that us Vipers based our fighting arts on snakes, so they're near and dear to our hearts. Might even say we got a reverence for him. Is that so? I suppose we also feel a kinship towards snakes. The name Twin Adders comes from the pair of white snakes on the Gridonian standard, though that imagery predates the city-state's founding. There's more I could tell you, though I fear other matters must take precedence. With a history as long as that, we'd be here talking till the Parkers come home. I'd love to hear more about it, but I understand it'll have to wait. I'd best get to learning what I can about Ixok Exmejun. Well, I see to that. Maybe you ought to squeeze in some more training. Isn't that lady the one who was peeking around the corner? I'm just not realizing from the last mission. So did she like set all this up on purpose? Suspect. I can do the next one. This is the last one I'm going to be able to do. Kesko has grave tidings to share. I had a bad feeling when I woke up this morning. Sure enough, Ixok Exmejun is struck again. Goliath and Innocent Stork are trying to narrow down where it'll appear next, based on the reports. But so far, they've come up empty. I hear Goliath's over at Fallgord Float, talking to witnesses. Let's go see what he learned. I like the quest accept sound. I'm not the biggest fan of the quest complete sound so far for Dawntrail. Just slightly off to me. I don't know. Thank you for coming. I expect Keshwa has shared some of the details, but it's even worse than we thought. Ixok Exmejun grows increasingly bold, with deadly consequences. For a blessing, the people here remain calm, though we must act quickly to avoid widespread panic. The Adders have called upon anyone with information to share, and asked that they gather here. As we requested that any detail be reported, no matter how small, we find ourselves somewhat inundated. I'm certain, however, that among the accounts are clues vital to locating our quarry. We can help with that. All we're gonna do is ask folks around here what they've seen, right? Ah, yes, that would be most helpful. Perhaps you could start near the Aetherite, while Arga asks those over by the Bobbing Cork. By the what? So the tavern. Wild Manor Adventure. I was passing through the North Shroud when I saw a frightful creature with immense red wings. It was a little too far away to see clearly, but it seemed to be battling a group of smaller beasts, which it probably slaughtered before flying away. That's all I got. Thanks. While passing through, I heard that some fiend was on the rampage over in the East Shroud. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I saw the people coming from that direction, and the looks on their faces, I decided to stay put. Good thing I did too, or I might have died. I wouldn't take the path north, my friend. Proud Creek is thick with Doolahans. That'll be the least of your problems if you decide to stray from the road. Unless you have a small army of companions to make the journey with you, I'd find another way to get where you're going. I saw it flying over Central Shroud. With each flap of its massive wings came a powerful wind, bearing the scent of blood. So noxious and suffocating. It was all I could do not to vomit where I stood. Everyone's got a story to share, but nothing that seems to point where Iksok Exmajun might strike next. You do any better? North, East, and Central Shroud, huh? Folks I asked said it was in the south. I tell you, it must be trying to make the whole thing, the whole forest, its territory. Hold on now. One of the guys I talked to was in the East Shroud. Your witness heard the beast was on the rampage, but mine said he never saw Iksok Exmajun. Even though they should have been there at the same time. It's worth looking into, don't you think? I'd be onto something there. One of them's lying? I'm not saying this is the answer here, but you never know where a trail will take you till you follow it. We ought to go chat up that fella again. I'll take you to him. I'm never doing that voice again. Estinian is the only one who gets that voice. And I gave it to another person, and I don't know why I did it to myself. As I said before, I was traversing the East Shroud on an errand when I heard what sounded like the flapping of enormous wings. A moment later, I saw a wounded animal charging through the brush. It was then I recalled the rumors of a monstrosity on the loose, realized I was in danger, and ran. So the critter was hurt, but still able to make an escape. The only way it could have gotten away from Iksok Exmajun is if the beast chose to let it go. Meanwhile, our friend here was close enough to hear the wings flapping, yet lived to tell the tale. An adventurer traveling alone would have been easy pickings, so why'd Iksok Exmajun spare him? Do you have an object on you that... all I had on me was some bottled potions and ethers. But there was one other thing. I carry a potpourri filled with Girabonian wildgrass, an Alamigan custom, in case you're unaware. That's gotta be it. Goliath will want to hear about this. Goodness. Could you wait here a moment? Keshko has asked me to verify a theory of his. Shan't be long. It's exactly as you'd surmised. Most of those who'd seen Iksok Exmajun and lived to tell the tale are Alamigan adventurers. I knew it. It's gotta be that fragrance. A lot of animals have a powerful sense of smell, and Iksok Exmajun's no exception, which makes it that much more sensitive to odors that it doesn't care for. I reckon the beast can't stand the wild grass in those potpourris. It's a potent fragrance. A lot like another kind of grass we got back in Tyrol. Come to think of it, the Iksok Exmajun never went anywhere near that grass never went near anywhere that grass was growing. And this is why you don't mix up the words that are on your script, people. If one man's meat is another's poison, perhaps the same can be said for of aromas. Exactly. And now that we know Iksok Exmajun can't stomach that grass, we can use this information to drive it where we want. Then it would behoove me to share our discovery with innocent Stork. Given the information and contacts at her disposal, I dare say she'll help us find a way to utilize the fragrance to its maximum potential. I dare say you're right. In the meantime, we'll head on over to Girabania and pick us some wild grass. Yes, by all means. We must do everything in our power to avert further tragedy. Many of the adventurers gathered here are so terrified of encountering Iksok Exmajun that they're considering abandoning the profession entirely. Several are yet fledglings. If they had to contend with a foe far beyond their reckoning, they'd die before gaining enough experience to even be considered adventurers. The thought of their bright futures being snatched away like that is almost more than I can bear. This is the very reason I joined the Twin Adders, to prevent such senseless deaths. Therefore, I humbly request your cooperation in slaying the dread Iksok Exmajun. No need. I had every intention of putting the beast in the dirt. To the matter at hand, then. A few moments ago, one of the adventurers mentioned that the wild grass we seek grows abundantly at Pike Falls. Once you've collected enough, let us rendezvous at Quarry Mill. Must warn you, though, the Urabania is home to some particularly vicious wildlife. Be on your guard. Okay. Gotta go collect grass. Drug dealer Red Faulkner. For legal purposes, that is a joke. Yeah, I'm not really caring for the stakes in this one. It's like, oh, there's a super scary beast that no one can beat. And I'm like, maybe it's because... this is just a thought. There's like small parties of people. Why don't you send like an entire force? A mix of the adders and adventurers of like 100+ people. There's no shot that there's just no shot that it's like, what am I trying to say here? That powerful. Oh, that looks fun. Oh, there's Kashmar. Whoa, what the? That was a regular tree. I completely blended into me. This brings back memories. One time, I was picking herbs to make a paralyzing agent that worked wonders on Tarol Vidrol. Only thing was, I forgot to wear gloves, and I couldn't feel my hands for the next 3 days. That's pretty funny, dude. That ought to do it. As much as I'd love to stick around and study the wildlife, we'd better get back to the quarry mill. My one problem with this voice that I'm doing is that there's a slight whisper to it. Because it's not coming from, like, a real part of my vocal cords or whatever. I guess you could say. You've done well to gather so much wild grass. As promised, I've called upon Innocent Stork to advise us on the next steps. I've placed an order with an alchemist acquaintance for custom-made diffuser pouches, which we may employ to spread the aroma over a wide area while prolonging its potency. We will issue these pouches to twin adder units tasked with driving the beast into an isolated location of our choosing. Away from civilians, and an ideal spot for the final showdown. It's good thinking. Indeed. Once the pouches have been produced, the beast is as good as ours. If I may, there is a further request I wish to make. Rather than slaying the Ixoc Exmajune outright, would you instead be able to capture it alive? The better to understand its behavior, such knowledge will prove invaluable should predators of a similar nature trouble us in the future. That's a risk we can't afford to take, ma'am. Those hunters of yours tried baiting it with carcass laced with sedatives, but Ixok Exmajun saw right through their plan. It's demonstrated a degree of cunning to rival any man's. Even if we did capture it, it's only a matter of time before it escapes and kills again. There's only one way you can deal with a monstrosity like that. You slay it first. You slay it first chance you get. No half measures, no hesitation.
Then we are left with no other choice. Pray forgive me for making such an ill-considered suggestion. I shall abandon all thoughts of capturing the beast, and instead turn my attention to the procurement of the diffuser pouches. You will hear from me soon.
That was weird. She ought to know by now what we're up against. I'll even ask.
She's definitely got her own angle on this.
I ain't the type to guess at folks' motivations. Wish she'd do us all a favor and put her cards on the table.
The rich and powerful are so rarely obliging.
You got that right. But since us salt of the earth are speaking our minds, there's a fear in you, but of what I can't tell. Guilt for your thoughts? Never know, I might be able to help.
After talking with those adventurers, I can't help but feel a little scared of Ixok Exmajun, that's all. Anyway, I should return to Gridania too to, make my report.
Folks always saying one thing, but meaning another. Just when I was starting to believe I'd gotten the hang of polite conversation. And no forcing the issue, I know. If Goliath has something to say, he'll say it when he's good and ready. So now we gotta wait on those pouches, and who knows how long that'll be. We'll keep an eye on things here, so I recommend you get ready to face Ixok Exmajun.
Alright. Okay, so looks like we're going to be cut off on the next quest for however long. Which is highly unfortunate. But we're just going to have to deal with it for right now. I'm waiting on this queue. Let me look at my stuff here. Is there anything I can do that just like... Or background. This one might work. Test another background here. Instead of the one I'm currently using. Much better. So I think it's as jarring as the other one. What? There's a... flaming wheel hoverboard? It's crazy. Fight time. Dude, we're losing like crazy already. Dang, dude. Well, that went terrible. I swear we never got a footing. Oh, our alliance doesn't have a single, like, healer or tank or anything. Oh. What? Why are so many things gone? Why are they all gone? Hold on. I think it was layout 2. And then Soul Eater, yeah. Quietus, okay. Shadowbringer, still there. Plunge, yes. Blackest Night is still there. Ventide's there. What happened? All of the what happened to Dark Knight, bro? What was the patch? To do now. My stuff's gone. Okay, so Salted Earth pulls enemies in, which is actually kind of a cool update, but then they like removed everything else, I guess? I can't. Aye. This is going so poorly. I'm just gonna run around and pop a bunch of small ones because that's all I've really got going for this. the worst, possibly the worst frontline matchup to play. I can't even give any commentary because like I don't have any idea how this game's played 99% of the time. Just seems like a bad idea. Focus blue. Well. Let's go! Series level. Yay! Easy. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to talk about it. Ugh. Actually, but now this is telling me that plunge is gone. What? Three combo spells. But plunge is gone. Now it is Shadow Strike? Hold on, I gotta go see this. Oh, it doesn't do damage anymore. They removed his damage closer. That's crazy. Why do I have 2 deliriums? don't need two of these, so I guess I can remove this one. I don't know what to put there. Suppose that works. Ah. Man. Back is still just awful right now. Let's go see if there are any farms for fates around here. It's going up decently quick. That's probably one. really get one of those that fast. Dang it. We're not gonna make it in time. Mega? Oh no. I barely dodged that thing. Get him. Jump him. Rear. Those. Flank. Rear. Flank. Flank, Spain, Fang. Fine, Spain, Fang. Flank, Spain. Flanks. Flank, Sting, Strike. Ah. Ouchies. Huh. Huh. Oh. There we go. I should have given someone a commendation. I always forget that. Percentage is not going up very fast. Oh, 73%. Maybe this is a group of people. It's at least one person who's really trying. Oh boy. Barely any XP, so I did not contribute much. Nice. So normal raid, the front line done. Got trials and leveling. Pop another one of these. Still got the earrings on. Plenty of blue bar left. Ba 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 ba. Alright. I'll let myself sit in queue. I'm gonna stand for a second, take a little walk around, grab some water. Be right back. Not again. I do that all the time. Not the muted again. Perilous pickings. This is the worst moment of my streaming career. Oh, it's already over. Dang. Wait, it says it's still going. But it's not. Done, but not done. I'm doing alright. Day off work today. Kind of exhausted mentally. I think I got anything from that. Currently working on getting Viper to level 90 so I can have it. I'm not gonna make that in time, I don't think. Nope. So I can have it ready for Dawntrail. I'm probably not going to play the story until probably until after a couple of days, just so you know. That way, if people want to watch, they actually can because they've done it already. Minus the streaming. Yeah. Have you ever streamed before? At all? Where's this extra area? Is it just above the mountains? What do I get in there? The next question, when you say yes to that, is obviously, are there any embarrassing clips I can find? What is this? Burning field. Stream console games. No clips. What the? You'd think that KH would have amassed as many as possible now. Maybe he wasn't around for when you used to stream. Watch me stream Final Fantasy VII Remake on hard mode, but I gave up on the Hell House. I have not gotten very far in... Well, I was playing original Final Fantasy VII. I probably couldn't play the remake. Because... Well... You know... reasons. But I probably couldn't play the remake. The old one's fine, but... Let's see. Where was I going? Oh, I was going to hit up Gold Saucer. We're gonna play some Gold Saucer games while I wait. Yeah, I mean, I know. Yeah, the remake combat definitely looks like a lot of fun. I'm a huge fan of turn-based personally. I love Persona. Persona's great. I'm also a big fan of the combat because it is like based off of Final Fantasy 15. And they did some fun things with it. Took the original game and Final Fantasy 15 and kind of like mushed them together. And I respect it. Alright, who's ready for some gambling? Yes! That's how Final Fantasy and action combat should be. Okay, so I don't know how different it is, but if you've ever played Devil May Cry, any of those, that combat is very similar to the combat in Final Fantasy 16. And I know 16 is only on the PlayStation 5, so if you don't have that, then that's understandable, because it's an expensive console. But if you haven't played 16, I highly recommend playing 16. Like, highly recommend it. Because it's kind of a mixture of Devil May Cry and... Oh, you beat 16? Alright, well, never mind. I love 16. 16 was a good time. Did you, so, okay, let me ask you a question then, since you're the only viewer in here right now, so no one else is gonna get spoiled. When it comes to 16, at the end, you're somewhat of a gamer. Shut up. When it comes to 16, the end of the game with the book where it says Joshua's name on it, and it's like in the future and magic is gone now. What do you think happened there? Do you think that Joshua lived, Clive lived, or somebody else took the name? Because a lot of people think it's an open-ended ending, and I would heavily argue it's not. It's very cut and dry. And that is incorrect. That was the wrong answer. I think it's pretty directly obvious. Okay, so I can't find the scene exactly, but the tomes. When you have that quest with tomes later on in the game, if you do tomes as quests, eventually he gives Clive a quill, his quill, and tells him to write about his journey, about his stories. And Clive says he will do that. If that's not enough for you, think about it this way. Because people are like, oh, Clive turned to stone. He is the Phoenix, but the problem is he gave the Phoenix to Clive. So the Phoenix is not in him anymore, it's in Clive. And also, Clive washed up on the beach. Okay? If Clive washes up on the beach, where in the world is Joshua? Like, where is his body? It would be everything crashed into the water, so Joshua's body would be drowning in the water right now. So Joshua, his body drops into the water. Clive doesn't get it, and since Clive removed magic from the world, his main hand that he his hand starts to turn to stone, but the magic's gone. So he can't turn to stone anymore because the magic can't corrupt him any further. So he couldn't have died. He just would have had the one hand turn to stone. Because he removed magic from the world. It wouldn't have been possible for him to keep turning into stone. So Clive lived. And we also know that Clive is huge on never using his real name. He has so many aliases. He even does it with Sid. He took Sid's name and pretended to be Sid. So why would he not use the name Joshua in honor of Joshua? Because he's done it before. No, he started as Clive, and then he was branded. He was also known as Wyvern when he was part of the branded assassins that he was running around with at the very beginning of the game. And then he takes on, of course, the name like Mythos, Logos, Rossfield, and then there's like a couple other titles I think he takes throughout the game. Those names were given to him, but the fact of the matter is that he's taken Sid's name on himself. He took Sid's name on himself in honor of Sid after Sid died, and then he lived up to Sid's legacy. Also, the book, just as a by the by, the book tells the story of the fight between him and Ultima, which Joshua wasn't there for. So how would Joshua have known? Unless he was just making it up. But if Clive lived, not only would he have that knowledge, any of the knowledge about Joshua, his attendant, I forget her name, but his attendant and the people who were looking after him, the secret order that like guarded the Phoenix, those people would have known that information. No, I don't know how far the book goes in detail, but I just think it's like, to me, Yote, that's her name. But to me, it's like there's a line from oh my gosh. Dude, it's been so long since I've played the game. I'm trying to remember her name without asking, because I should remember her name. There's no way that I'm forgetting this. Jill. That's what it was, Jill. When Jill talks about how, like, she knows that he will return to her because of, like, whenever a new day dawns, and I think this is maybe one of the side quests. Like, she's like, I always know you'll come back to me, like, whenever the sun rises and stuff. So, Clive crashes down. He's the only one who gets to the beach and is able to breathe. He's removed magic, so the magic couldn't have killed him. Okay? Because the magic's gone. So it couldn't have turned him to stone. Again, that's all I'm saying. Is the only way that the magic could have turned him to stone is that the magic was still operating. But it only got, like, a bit of his hand and he dropped it. But then the star went out up in the sky because the star was one of the sources of magic and is now gone. But Jill says, I know he'll always return. And they're crying. Her and Torgal are crying, and he's howling, you know, at the moon. And then the sun rises, and she stops crying, and she looks hopeful off in the distance. What if the Joshua who wrote the book was Clive's son, who was told the stories as a child? I suppose that would imply that Jill was pregnant after their night together on the Ash Beach. Which is possible. I feel like that's an extra stretch. I feel like it either had to be Joshua or Clive. And the evidence leans towards Clive. Because I just don't think that they would have that scene. Well, actually, I just don't think they would have that scene in the game if, like, the scene about him getting the quill, if it was just kind of a throwaway thing. Am I crazy? Did I not talk to Caleb about this? Oh, hold on. One theory is that none of it actually happened. It was just a storybook from the beginning. I had a similar combo with my dad after we both beat it. I don't like that. That's a personal thing, I suppose, but I don't like it when it's just kind of like a and Harry Potter woke up underneath the stairs. Oh, here's what it was. Okay. To pull up some stuff, but you can't see on screen because it's not my display. 1 second. Hold on. So, how far did I even drop this? Probably. I need to. Hold on. Hold on. Go away. Okay, I just need to do this real quick. Okay, so I was trying to find this argument that I found when talking to my friend forever ago. There are several reasons why Clive may be alive at the end. Number one, not even the Phoenix can bring someone back from death. This is subverted in the case of Sid when Clive takes his name at the beginning of Act 2. There is no way Joshua wrote the book because the story is told from Clive's perspective. A couple of hints suggest this. Act 2 Joshua is often a conversation with another, such as Yote or Dion, a secondary source. It stands to reason that Clive wrote under Joshua's name to honor his memory because Clive is nothing else but selfless. Number 2, Jill's prayer appears to be answered. Jill in the opening prologue prays for Clive's safe return after a long journey. We are at the journey's end and we see her smile at the sunrise right as the star goes out, as if the energy was consumed, right? Which they did not put here, but was in their replies. Number 3, clues of Clive's fate are hidden on the wall of the memories in his quarters. If you complete all the side quests, one of the final quests is for Hippocrates, where he gives Clive a quill so he can write his stories. Clive agrees once the battle is over. Clive deletes magic from Valistea. The curse progresses due to ether use. Clive can no longer use magic at the end. So that's pretty much most of the arguments I said, but I forgot about the Jill's prayer one. And I also forgot that the Phoenix cannot bring people back from the dead, which is something they bring up. Is like, Joshua's like, I can't, like, death is not a thing I can do. Clive becomes a Pictomancer. What in the world are you talking about now? Now you're just saying nonsense. Okay, if a 2's there, I'm gonna bank on a 1 being here. Okay, here? Brushes and quills. Dude, that would be hilarious. Have you played the DLC for it? I have not. I don't even have a PlayStation 5 anymore to do that, if you remember. I saw that. That also means all my save data is gone. I never... Ah, crap. I'd have to replay the entire game for New Game Plus. I'd have my achievements, though. But that kind of sucks, now that I think about it. If I ever did get it back. This is the most likely 1, 2, 3 here. Oh! That's the worst. Alright, what would have been the best one? 119, 36, 306 down the line here. That's the highest so far. 180, 252. Yeah, this line would have been the highest. Yeah, that is true. It's one or the other. I find it hard to believe it's Joshua. Although I will say, I kind of don't like that they did the open ending. Just because, like, the fact that one of them did survive, but they gave both of them what seemed to be really dramatic deaths. Now, Joshua we actually saw die. But I don't know. I just kind of like, well, if one of them's gonna live, why not just make them live? Why rip my heart out with that song in the credits, and Torgal, you know, howling at the sky, and Jill crying, and then Gav also, and then just being like, by the way, one of them did live. I'm just like, what? What's wrong with you? Why would you do this to me? Does he risk it? He risks it. No, okay. So 1, 2, 3 is not possible here. So let's logic this out. 4 and a 9. So we're already looking at least 13. The best combination we could get after that, since the 8 is not there. Can't get the 21. Could be the 7, 8, 9. It could indeed be the 7, 8, 9. Or the good old 24. You're right. Borrow it now. Wait, it's the same thing as last time. As a 306 on the down the line on the right. Now they're just taunting me. Villainously. Oh, and I could have gotten a 360. This is the worst moment of my life. Don't you mess me up here. We're going middle? Okay, there's a 9. Bottom right, 3. Okay, go up 1, 5. So it could either be a 7, 8, 9 here, or 3, 2, 1 here. Okay. Yeah, I also want to go for the 1, 2, 3, but I'm trying to feel the trying to feel reality right now. Praying the Holy Spirit gives me some type of ability. You know what it is? You know what I bet it is? I bet it is, I bet it's, I'm gonna say it's 1 right here. So 1 in the top right. It's gonna be 8 on the left. 1, 8. It's gonna be a 6 here, a 7 here, and a 2 here. Which 6? It's not just Sudoku. Oh, I gotta decide in 40 seconds. What the heck? Okay. If that's the case, so this would be the worst line. We're making it all on this. I was a little wrong on the number placements. 252. 252 is not bad. Was that my highest? Nope. 306 mocking me once more. 306 mocking me twice. That's crazy. Saddest day of my life. This is the Griffin, right? Yeah, I think so. Or the Hippogriff. Yeah, I did. I wanted a fresh start. Plus, Akufado Khan actually means something. Because here's the problem. Part of the problem is that Moa Metal Death is a member of a metal band called Baby Metal. Their music's a little secular. Their whole theme is worshiping a fox god, so, you know, put that together. It's not actually worshiping it, but you know what I mean. And while I named it after that band member because I was like, oh, she's cute. I'm just gonna make her in game. And then I did, but then I didn't like the design because I didn't like Cures. So then I eventually changed it to the Aura. But then I was thinking, I was like, well, I don't like the name Death anymore. I was like, I'll change it to Moa Metal. And I tried really, really hard to see if I wanted to do any other race, and I really didn't. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna at least change, I think, the gender. Actually play as a guy. So Akka is supposedly, unless of course, you know, Google led me astray, it's supposed to mean red, and Farukan means falcon. So, Red Falcon, closest to Red Faulkner. And that is the genius behind my naming situation right now. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the design, too. Moa Metal was so, like, purple-based for so long. I'm kind of interested to start trying this, I don't know. I don't know what type of green this is. Mint? Sort of like a neonish, mintish green. I do like purple a lot. I'm a big fan of red. I don't know if you can tell by the name. But red is such a basic, like, color for, like, 10-year-olds. Red and black. To be like, look how cool and edgy my character is. Not the towering Oliphant. And I have nothing in here to, like, use. That's fun. Oh. He's using a rear. Why am I being targeted? Bruh. Bruh. Good old classic edge. I like classic edgy, like, style, but as I've gotten older, I'm like, you know what? I really want to branch out. Like, I can't be stuck on this one color. So I'm gonna try my hand at some green outfits. And if I ever want to change the hair, that works. And if I want to do purple, I can still do versions of. Why me? Versions of purple because his eyes are purple. What is your deal with me? Am I doing the most damage? Why, thank you. Oh no, he's got more. Someone get me out of here. Bruh. Come back here. Get flanked. Have you seen what is it? Have you seen the Viper, like all the Viper abilities, like reds and blues and purples, but lately I've been choosing more blacks and whites. There's something nice about like a simplistic black and white outfit. Oh, goodness, wait. Why do I have the enmity? What in the world happened? I was asking. I've seen some videos on how Viper plays, but I won't fully grasp it until I actually play myself. Bro, it's weird. It's really weird. Like, you thought that Pictomancer would be like the complicated one, and Viper isn't technically complicated. It's just odd for a DPS class. I don't know any of the DPS classes that have this many AoEs. I mean, like, it's insane how many AoEs and positionals this class has. It's ridiculous. There's so many. Like, see, these are not positionals, but this is a ranged attack. But then AoE. This activates 2 positionals. These turn into positionals. This one activates. This one's an AoE. AoE. So these are those first 2 attacks turn into these 4. So we have a flank, a hind, and a hind. And of course the AoEs turn into more AoEs. Into this AoE, which also turns into, see, the other ones before. The coils turn into these 2. But then those other AoEs turn into these AoEs. And then later at level 90, you get these 4 in a row AoEs for an upgraded another AoE, and then another AoE, and then another AoE, and another AoE, another one, and another one, and another one. It's all AoE. I'm like, why is there a class that's like almost purely AoE? It's insane. I'm not necessarily complaining because the potency on them is super high for AoEs. So it's still an effective class, but it's just kind of weird to not have like a class with a bunch of direct attacks. It only has these 2 direct attacks here, this ranged direct attack, and then these 2 are directed. Well, actually, no, just this one's a direct attack. So it's got 4, and then everything else is AoE. Oh, wait, no, these 2 are direct attack, sorry. 4, so it's got 6. But everything that these turn into become AoEs is what I mean. I don't know why. But the amount of flanks I have to keep up with. So it's not a flank yet. Now it's a flank, and if it's green, I go flank. Throw a ranged here. Then follow the yellow dotted pattern. And now the red ones at the end are a hind. So I go to the back. But then 4 and 5 on my bar here are the AoEs. Thanks to make it similar to how Ninja use their time to cast ninjutsu, so they're both in the scouting category. I suppose. I don't have a ton of experience in Ninja, but it is still kind of odd because it makes it feel like the damage is just never going to be as good as it could be. Am I wrong about that? Probably. But it's just, It just makes me wonder, like, what Viper is for then, because, like, you want DPS to be all around close to the same level as possible, and Ninja can do that, but when you're all AoE, it just kind of, especially against a singular boss, is what I'm thinking. In hallways, like, don't get me wrong, in dungeons, Viper is kind of goated. Viper is probably the best class for dungeons of all time. It's just, you have so much damage that you can hit and smack so many enemies at once. So crowd control, Viper is incredible. But against like a singular boss, there's no way it's gonna come even close to Reaper or Monk or anything like that. Which, I just kind of feel bad because I feel like a lot of people like to care more about bosses than clearing, you know? But at the same time, you're not wrong. I also use Twin Blades in this world. Which is the whole reason I picked up the class in the first place. I don't know if I have enough for the pants yet. I think the pants are like 510 on tones. I'm trying to get the, what are they called? I'm trying to get the full set from Yulmore. My ability to think while I'm gaming is very, very, very low. It's got blinded. Oh, so I don't know about you, but I'm a big fan of keeping all the effects on, because I really like seeing what everyone can do. Maybe like I see an effect and I'm like, oh, what class is that? And it's never bothered me before, even in 24-mans, having all of the effects on. Just never has. I don't know why. Can't explain it. Just never bothered me. Until Pictomancer. Oh my goodness. I cannot see. I cannot see. It blocks so much of the screen. And I get it, because other spell effects can be bigger, but they're kind of like transparent because of the nature of a spell. But paint, well, you know, it's paint. Keep it on simple. Yeah, I feel like it turns off almost too much sometimes. I really wish you could do like class specific effect to turn down. Turn, yeah, whatever. Effect limiters. Ah, crap. Peeked out too much. Not again. Uh-oh. Whee! I'm a greedy boy. Need to pay attention to his action bar. My goodness. Free fall. Nice. Thank you for dealing with me. Healer, GG, and I'm out. So we had 87. Not bad. Not bad at all. Okay. So 322. I really don't want to do MSQ, but maybe I'll get Omega. Or Ultima. Sorry, not Omega. Ultima. Where was the, Kuffa Kerr. Hold on. I got it. Ah! That's terrible. I hit it right in the middle. Beautiful. Let's go. Oh, I missed Air Force One. Oops. Any other events going on? I've never played Triple Triad. I have literally no idea how it works. But maybe let's go grab the big cactpot first. Okay. I don't really know right now, actually. I haven't really looked at like the shop to really tell, but I really should. I'm so focused. I'm just the type of guy that's so focused on doing like the hardest content and like. Sorry to put on chapstick. Hardest content, best gear, doing the story, like in getting quests done. I've never been super focused on mounts or minions or any stuff like that. Like I'll get one outfit that looks cool and then I'll stick with that outfit for a very long time. Just how I roll. I'm gonna do a rando on this one. Alrighty. Let's see what those potentially get me. Yeah, let me go look around at the shops and stuff and just. Why am I just not using the ether currency? What's wrong with me? Yeah, I guess I kind of forced to be a casual now. Because I'm trying not to let this game consume my life again. But I had a day off that I took and nothing to do on it, so that's why I'm playing as much as I am today. But in general, bruh. Bruh. Stuff saboteur. It's fun. Oh. There's a bunch of minions I don't have. Blackjack. Saddle Tinder Horn. Oh. Some emotes I don't have. So many of these I do not have. Narrow? Nah. This one's kind of cute. I like this one. Some of the others. An outfit. Oh. Never mind. So even like a Viper thing in here. They added Viper like gear retroactively to some stuff that made sense, and some things I'm like, why is it not like at least a thing here? It's kind of odd. Same thing with Pictomancer, I suppose. Oh. Tapkeeper. Clive Rossfield, a out of sheer curiosity, I need to go and play Triple Triad one time for the first time. Triple Triad is played by placing cards on a 3x3 grid. The player to act first is player to act first is set at random. A variety of rules exist that change how the game is played, but let's start you off with an easy one. All open. This rule allows you to see all your opponent's cards. I'll go first this time and show you how it's done. I'll extend the turn limits. Place a card in one of the empty spaces adjacent to my card. The numbers you can see each correspond to one side of the card. Okay. Okay, I've captured the card. Interesting. Just happen to have Heidelin sitting here. Okay. Sure. That made sense. I guess I need to make a deck. Is this the same thing again? I locked myself in the same thing again on accident. Oh no. So now I want to try a different strategy though. Capture it with a Tonberry. Didn't do that. Seems kind of dumb. How happens if they're the same? Does nothing. Alrighty. We got the recommended. I really don't have a choice, I guess. Well, crap. I don't understand what's going on here, but sure. So no. Sudden death? Okay. I lost a follower. That's crazy. Huh? Why? No idea what's going on. Cards ranks increase in proportion to the number of cards of the same type already played. So match ends in a draw. Oh. I think I get it. I get it, but it's not easy. Okay. Okay. I understand it even more. Dang, what? No. I get it, but I can't beat it. Okay, now I don't get it. possible way for me to win this now, I think. Yep. Bro, that is rough. Sid. Let's go. Huh? Oh no. When a card is played, if two or more of the sides are touching other cards in the sum. Okay. Wait, when a card is played, if two or more of the sides are touching other cards, and the sum of the ranks on the touching sides are identical to the sums on the other touching sides of the cards are flipped. What does that mean? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, my back. It's killing me. Let's go. Almost got all the challenges done over here. I start building my own decks, figure out what's going on. Well, it's not Ultima. Dude's first time here. He's got so much pain to go through. Doesn't even touch Heaven's Word yet. study astrology. I'm just being nice. I don't know how that's different. goodness. Ah. Cheesecake in the middle of a fight. Respect. Did you bring enough for the whole? That's a good question. So boring. Why do they gotta do so many domes? Almost done. We're almost there, guys. One last wave of enemies. And we're free. question is why Sid felt the need to announce that he was diverting all power to cannons. Olivia, hello. Hmm. Yup. Oh, I have range. Completely forgot.
Oh, finally.
Reopen. Yep. Cool. Okay, and I should have, I definitely have enough. Pop one over there. Press the right button. Oh, I thought I bought the pants. Did I not buy the pants? Oh no, I did. Oh, okay. I absolutely pranked myself there. I was like, wait. What just happened? There we go. Now he's starting to look a little better. A little nicer out here. Yeah. There's a mender over here, yeah. %30%. Hold on. I gotta do something with my back, bro. Everybody get your stretches in, kids. This muscle right here. Oh. try something. It's like a stretch you can do when you're laying down. So I'll be back in just a second. This, I think it was. I'm currently streaming, but I'm just like laying here. My back's not dying. Gotcha. Stretches. What's this? It's very true. Thank you for it. Oh, stream. There's like one person up. Who? Why? Final Fantasy 14. Alrighty. Minor level 95. Very good for that person. Maybe these pillows will help my back a little bit more here. Well, they're kind of pushing me off the chair. I don't even know what to do right now. Like, I love Lady So. I still have access to the next. I guess it's 2 more quests. It's just 88 and then maybe 90, which makes sense. But hold on, let me go to more donut real quick. I think that I might be able to swap out. Am I crazy? Where is this place? So, there's some others. So, we'll swing by more donut. I think we can turn in the causality and the other ones in here for regular tomes. Just for below, anyway. That was very little. These are supposedly worth more, and they gave me less? How? That's stupid. Okay, well... Anyway. Let's go pop into a high level, which is the last thing we need, right? There's nothing else. Last thing on the roulette. Just a wandering minstrel. What is that? Dude, I don't even have the first coil of Bahamut. Which might be the problem, but like... Delve into myth. Level 81? What is this? I should really do some... I should really run around and start doing some blue side quests. There's so many things I have not done. Not everything's important, but, you know. So what was the... Isn't key items? This... These are done. I gotta do some fates. I gotta do the fate enmity of my enemy. East Shroud. Where are the loves? Some of their triple triad stuff. Oh, no, these are the lives. Huh. Oh, yeah, that's the same thing as well. Let me actually put this. Which one is it called again? The Auri Salvages. Can't remember if I needed to have them on or not, so. Put them on real quick for funsies. Oh, okay, the Grand Company lives over here. Eventually he figures it out. I've already done this one. Maybe it's because I wasn't wearing them when I did it or something. Or I accidentally did it forever ago. What am I reporting to? Hello. Anybody around? There we go. Now I just got the Fate and East Shroud. Enmity of my enemy. Just gotta look out for that one. This kinda sucks. Seems like I just have to sit around until it lands on the map. Carrying baggage. Things better. It's got a minute 20 left. Gather rocks, the cradle. So I guess I'll go do this one. So they're two are about to go out. I keep doing that? Breaking down. Okay. Still don't see it. But it shall pop up soon. My goodness. Yikes. So it seems though it's one you talk to an NPC about. It's level 42 and it's somewhere near Larkskull, right below the Sylphans. This is not it, but just in case it's for some reason takes on a different name, I might as well go and check. And apparently this can also take 1,000,000 years, which I'm not really looking forward to. Oh, it disappeared. Crap. I think it was this because from what I'm looking at, it says that. Oh, brother. Well. Maybe when we pop out, it'll be there. I have my doubts on that. I do not remember this music being for this. Music's absolutely fire. I seriously don't remember it though, it's throwing me off. It's been a long time since I did so long. But still. I always forget how long dungeons are, bro. Coil slots. Vision for you, because the only one left. And I got a player comm. Nice. Ah! No way, bro. This is the worst. Is it gonna be gone? Because it's a NPC accept? Please tell me it's not gone. It's still there, it's still there, it's still there. I got 13 minutes. Okay, so I gotta do the enemy of my enemy. And then the enmity of my enemy apparently spawns after the fact. Also, I am on the wrong thing right now. That's part of the problem. Yeah, Monk would have survived that. Here it is. It might work if it's just in your inventory, but I really legitimately didn't want to take that chance. Woo! What do I turn this into again? Oh, right. So, let me do this instead, just to find him specifically in. Maybe I did need to be there. Okay.
Yikes.
Sheesh, and you need to do what? You need to do what, like 9 of those books? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, 9 books per weapon. That's crazy. Alright, those books. Get through. Gotta get all of that. Just that. And then you gotta get those. You gotta get more of that. And then you gotta do those. That's crazy. And then doing that for every single one. That's so much, bro. Alright, but we do have another Viper quest to do. How is it? 4 o'clock almost. Yeah, we'll do this quest and we'll wrap up the stream here.
Goliath sent word that the diffuser pouches are ready. He's heading on over now. Once he arrives, he can finally put this plan into action.
The pouches have been distributed among the Twin Adders, along with instructions on correct handling. You see, according to the alchemist who made them, the aroma of the wild grass dulls the senses. For the average person, this would do little more than soothe the nerves, but to a creature with a heightened sense of smell, the effect would be far more pronounced. As for where we will entrap Ixo Exmajun, Innocent Stork has proposed a location in the Dravanian hinterlands that she believes is ideal. The surrounding area is largely uninhabited, and Idleshire, the only settlement nearby, is relatively simple to defend. We have already consulted with Ishgardians, and they gave us their blessing to proceed.
That's all well and good, but by the look on your face, you're not. I ain't gonna press, but I will suggest that once we get to Dravania, you best hang back and leave the fighting to us.
You know full well I'm keeping things from you, yet still you show concern for my well-being. Why?
Just my way, I suppose. Or the way I was trained as a viper. It's our job to keep folks safe from creatures that go against the natural order. Doesn't matter who you are or whose side you're on. Politics, feuds, all that drama. And none of that our concern. I'll admit, I've got my doubts about you, but you're still someone I need to protect from Ixo Exmajun. Simple as that.
There's something you need to know. Out in Western Corthus is... Well, as I thought, you've yet to depart from Quarry Mill. What's keeping you? Lieutenant Collius, whatever is the matter? You look like someone just walked over your grave. I'm glad to find the two of you in better spirits, though. Seeing as our friend is somewhat under the weather, perhaps it's best that he stays behind with me in Idleshire.
No objections here. Magalias and I were just having a heart-to-heart, if you don't mind.
I do. We have a schedule to keep, and I must insist our dear Vipers get underway. While you're en route to the Dravanian hinterlands, I would be happy to lend an ear to Goliath and his troubles. You needn't worry yourselves. It's of no import. I wish you both good hunting.
Talk about crap timing. For better or for worse, we'll find out what he was holding back soon enough. Anyway, we've got a Torol Vidrol to slay.
Honestly, I haven't really predicted what it is he's hiding. Because, like, it's not just as simple as an ambush. Because you said Western Corthus, which is pretty dang far from where we are. Because if I go to the maps here, because these are the Forelands, and he said Western Corthus, which... somewhere in here, I guess, is something is going on that he wants to tell us about, but he can't. But it's just kind of, again, it's odd, because it's like, I don't know. It's odd.
No sign of Ixo Exmajun, which gives us time to pick a good spot for an ambush. Let me know what you find.
A lot, apparently. What in the world? I still haven't finished that. While this location offers a commanding view of the area, this is the third typo I found in this expansion. This is really bad. I'm gonna start taking screenshots of this. While this location offers a commanding view of the area, it does not offer enough space to fight to your full potential. Some of the typos I have found were in the like Viper stuff. I don't know if I'll be able to find them again, but this is getting embarrassing. Their translation team needs to double check their work. Although the view is obstructed by the wall, you should be able to remain concealed easily. The cramped conditions offer only a limited field of vision, and combat would doubtless prove difficult. You have surveyed a number of locations, each varying in suitability. Keshko will be eager to hear your report. See, I'm not used to ever seeing, like, typos, so I'm honestly a little confused as to whether or not I'm just wrong.
I found something you ain't gonna believe. Smell that? It's gotta be one of Innocent Stork's diffuser pouches. Somebody must have hidden it nearby. The bag of wildgrass stinging up the place, there's no way Ixok Exmajun was ever gonna show. Goliath and Innocent Stork sent us on a wild alpaca chase. So where's our Tyrol Vidrol if it ain't there? Here.
Or this Western Highlands.
Ah, so that's what Goliath was trying to tell us.
I've given this guy like 4 different names.
At least until he was cut off. With any luck, that clue will lead us to Innocent Stork. She's probably still plotting to capture Ixok Exmajun alive, the stubborn fool.
Yeah, she's gonna die. I guess there's something really rare about it or whatever, but like, you know, if I'm a trader, I gotta cut my losses where I can. And just take items from the beast when it's not, like, when... Items from the beast when it's not alive. And if it's on the fact that she needs a certain amount and that's why she wants it alive, that still isn't a good enough reason. I just, like, I don't even really know what business she's in exactly, but it just... These risks literally never go well, so I never understand.
No sign of our tricksters or Ixok Exmajun. We best keep searching. Up! There they are!
Well, if it isn't the esteemed Vipers, who with all their supposed skill and intellect asserted that capturing the great Ixok Exmajun was nigh impossible, or perhaps you were simply afraid. As you can see, I proved equal to the task. All it took was a little ingenuity.
I understand Ixok Exmajun's cunning and cruelty better than anyone. There's no way you got it in that cage without... Wait, where's your bodyguard?
You yourself observed how attempting to lure Ixok Exmajun with the obvious bait ended in failure. But a beast is still a beast, a predator that is compelled to hunt. Casualties are inevitable, and a prudent strategy must account for them. An exceptional one, however, would leverage this element to its advantage, as mine did. You ordered him to put sedatives in his pocket and face Ixok Exmajun alone. It was over before it began. His screams still ring in my ears.
So you fed Ixok Exmajun with the sedatives, and your bodyguard along with them. You're telling me he willingly offered himself up?
Enthusiastically, even. All to ensure his plague-stricken family received treatment, the duration of which would be determined by his performance. He all but leapt into the beast's maw. As I'm sure Goliath would agree, there's no limit to what we can accomplish when given the appropriate incentive. Why go to such despicable lengths to capture Ixok Exmajun? What's so valuable about it? Oh, please. Everyone's getting what they wanted, so let's not quibble over the details. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll even answer your question, rudely asked though it was. Everyone has their own unique proclivities, and I am no exception. I have woken to the thrill of bringing rare and ferocious beasts under my power. But that only whets my appetite for the true pleasure. When I unleash my pets upon worthy opponents to enact scenes of glorious carnage.
I've met my share of monsters, but none of them compares to you. A monster and a fool. That there's a Tarolvi drawl. The moment you open that cage, it's gonna rip you to shreds.
Indeed it would, if it were so inclined. But if Ixok Exmajun is as intelligent and bloodthirsty as you say, it will soon learn that I can provide a constant supply of worthy prey. In return, it will accept me as its master.
It's awake.
Ah! What in the world? I grow tired of this place. One of my lesser pets should be more than adequate to dispose of you. After all, I am loath to release Ixok Exmajun while it remains subdued. And though I may not be watching, do try to put on a good show regardless. Come on, Goliath. You want to fight? Bring it on. I almost died. That was real close.
Thanks. I owe you. I can't believe anyone will be stupid enough to try taming a Tarolvi drawl. Never mind Ixok Exmajun himself. What really sticks in my craw is that Goliath has been dancing to Innocent Stork's tune. And there I was thinking he needed our help.
She must be manipulating him, holding him to an incentive.
You're right. There's more to this than meets the eye. Anyway, no point freezing our asses off out here. Let's get back to Quarry Mill to think things over.
Ketchko might be the most potty-mouthed character. I hate using that term. He's cussed the most out of like any other character in the game. It's honestly kind of throwing me off. Does it the most? You think that title would go to someone like Thancred or Ascenian, but no.
One thing I know for certain is that Iksok Exmajun ain't gonna play the obedient pet for long. Innocent Stork's gonna find that out the hard way. But I reckon that'll be after she gets the urge to indulge her twisted appetites. I'll do what I can to suss out where she got to before then. Then there's Goliath. The Twin Adders need to know what he's been up to, and he's still alive, for now at least. You best get back to your training for now. Caged or not, Iksok Exmajun's out there, and our job ain't done till it's dead.
I guess level 90. Yep. Alrighty. We have 2 more levels to hit before Viper is at level 90. And then once we do that, so we'll hit level 90 in a stream. I probably actually won't play tomorrow just because of the congestion. So Wednesday we'll hit level 90 and do the last side quest, and that'll be the whole stream then. So then Thursday or Friday, I think I'll make it Friday. So Friday I'll hop on and we'll start MSQ for the first time, and I'll post that up onto socials and stuff like that, and we'll dive into actually doing the main scenario quest. Hopefully tomorrow I'll spend some time trying to update some of the stuff with the stream, continue working on my graphics and things like that, slowly but surely. Just fun little things. Maybe actually get some boxes around these 3 sources instead of them just being like jammed together kind of haphazardly. But we'll figure it out. So I just want to thank anyone who watched, whoever does happen to potentially watch this in the future. Thank you so much for clicking on this VOD or video if I end up editing it. Thank you so much to Kinrath for sticking around and allowing me to have 1 viewer the entire time. And thank you to anyone else who stopped on by. So I will see you guys on Wednesday to finish off getting to level 90 and doing the last Viper quest. And then Friday, I'll see you for main scenario. So yeah, hope everyone has a good rest of your day, and bye.